I completely forgot that I was muted that entire time. Whoopsie. That tells you how long it's been since I've sprinted to the point that I already generally forgot how to do it now. That's just great. Okay. Whatever. Anyways, salutations, y'all. Happy Halloween for those who celebrate Halloween. And if you don't, hey, it's the last day of the month. If you're trying to finish any books before the start of the next month, starting tomorrow, we'll take this as productivity sprints. This can be reading sprints. You can do whatever. Yeah, we're just here just to chat for a bit, read, get some work done, and be on our way. So for these sprints, I haven't really fully decided on what I'm going to do, honestly, but I will say though that it won't be as long as I hope for, because I do have to apologize that these sprints did not start like hours ago, like intentionally planned. I don't know why. I didn't get really good sleep last night, so I just didn't wake up in time to do these sprints earlier. And I did contemplate even not doing these sprints, like just maybe canceling it. But I was like, I like doing sprints on Halloween. So yeah, we are here. Hey Nat, salutations. Thanks for joining us. If you just came in here, don't be afraid to say hi or salutations. Don't bite here. And also let me know what you're working on or reading. Also, how are y'all liking the audio? I have a new audio setup now. I got like a new tiny wireless microphone. It is the Hollyland Lark M2. So I do have a very, very small mic right here. That is connected to a USB-C port thing to my laptop. So y'all let me know how y'all feel, how y'all like the audio. Do y'all like this audio better than like when I have my microphone or whatever? I don't know. I'm just kind of curious. I don't think I have any videos actually posted with this setup yet. So trying out all the things. Unless there's a Friday, I can't remember. I don't know what time it is anymore. Salutations, Mel. Salutations. We have all those. Yeah, we all have those days. Yeah. It's just, it was just not my day for some reason. Hello, Abby. Salutations. So yeah, are y'all working on stuff? Are you just here for some vibes? What you're reading? I'm very curious. I kind of have a little bit of a to-do list a bit. So I mean, I do have like books I'm currently reading that I would like to continue reading. I don't know if that'll be the time to do it today or not. Haven't decided yet. But I also do have some personal admin things to do. Like there's social media stuff I really want to do. There's reviews I want to write. I also do want to take a break from all that to read and like journal and stuff. So I do want to do all those things as well as like getting time to like read. So we shall see how it all goes. And also we're doing a new thing with the ambiance as well. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're going to figure it out. It's been a while. I'm feeling rusty. Ooh, cleaning and listening to The First Day of Spring by Nancy Tucker. Never heard of this. Let me look on Storygraph real quick. The First Day of Spring. Okay, I spelled that wrong. Great. That's okay. Storygraph knew what I was talking about. It's a mystery thriller. Came out in 2021. A tense psychological novel about what propels one 8-year-old girl to murder and the complex ways the past chases her down in later life. This is the book that Mel's reading, y'all. The First Day of Spring. And this is about an 8-year-old commits murder? Child. That sounds like some wild story. All right. Well, let us know what you think about it so far. And also, since you're listening to it, what do you think of the narrator/narrators? I don't know if it's multi-narrators or not, but what do you think of the narration as well? I am curious. New audio sounds nice. All right, cool. Because I've always heard, I've been looking at some like reviews just to like get a better audio setup, not gonna lie, just for videos, but also for live streaming. So the Hollyland Lark M2 was one that I really liked, even with the audio samples from those tech reviews. So glad that you all have enjoyed this new sound so far. So that's good. Going to do some November planning. I got to finish Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping. Cool. Okay, that's cool. Innkeeping. That is, yes, that's the second book in that. I forgot the author's name, but I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, speaking of November planning, I also need a plan for November as well. So I do have my traveler size notebook here. This notebook is now my everyday journal planner. Actually, planner, journal. I'm going to call it a journal. But I've already actually start doing my November spreads. I just need to populate some things. But this is my November cover page. I don't know. There we go. This is my November cover page. I really, really love it. This one here. This is definitely my favorite piece right here. It's this cover page right here. It's very much Fullmetal Alchemist / Brotherhood, like anime wise, manga series wise. And then of course we have the month of November with all my stickers. So I've already set up for November. I just need to populate some other things like in the calendar page, my goals page, and then I still need to wrap up the stuff I did in October. And this is my October page. Cover page. I really, really like this one as well. But so far, November is my favorite. And speaking of which, I also need to think of my planners for the next year, like journals and planners and stuff. I already have them. I think I already showed y'all what my reading journal is going to look like for 2026. But recently, I just realized there's going to be some things that are going to be like much different for 2026. So we'll see how much reading I'm going to do. My reading's already slowed down tremendously more than it did previous years. So I don't know how much reading I'm actually going to do. So we'll see how long I'll use that 2026 journal. But regardless, I'm optimistic. And as far as the Witch's Guide to Magical Innkeeping, are you enjoying it? I have seen people really enjoy this book, but I've also seen people disappointed. So, all right, what realm are you on? Because you said you got to finish it. So what are your thoughts on it before you finish it? The reading slip is still going strong. I don't know what's up with this year. I don't know either. Like I've been really, really slumpy this year, which is not helpful for me, but it's kind of fun with my reading journal at least, but it is a little bit frustrating because I really wanted to read more. And like I'm reading enough to fit like a lot of book reviews in my reading journal. In fact, my reading journal is almost done. I still have enough pages for November and December and some end of the year stats, but like it was kind of hard, not gonna lie, to fill in some pages a little bit. So we'll have to figure it out. But also y'all are gonna get like a end of the year, like a journal fully completed, flipped through at like in December, early January. Ideally though, I really hope I can do it in December. That's probably not possible actually. Yeah, that video will not come out in December. It'll have to be like the first week of January. Y'all, first week of January is going to be a lot of videos. So, because like, I don't know how many videos I can really, I'm like, y'all, I'm already planning and thinking about next year. I'm like, dang, all the end of the year content I got to do. Some of it has to be in December and some of it has to be like early January. And it really has to be early January because I have plans now. I've now created some plans for myself in the next year. So that's going to be great. There will be an announcement video-ish kind of thing for sure for the channel in the coming months. So definitely keep an eye out for some sort of announcement video because it is going to affect the channel. I just haven't figured out how it's going to work yet. So trying to figure that out. Trying to finish the Scammer. Right. Scammer. Okay, there we go. By Tiffany D. Jackson. Yes, I have seen people really enjoy this book as well by Tiffany D. Jackson. I've never read anything from her yet. I don't know if I will, to be honest. I don't know. I haven't been much in the mood for like a young adult mystery / thriller. They just don't really interest me, unfortunately. But I've heard really good things by Tiffany D. Jackson's works. With a Scammer, I've seen people really enjoy it, and I see people thought it was mid. So I'm also curious to hear your thoughts on the Scammer so far, since you're saying you're trying to finish it. So let us know your early thoughts. I need to catch up in the comments. I am behind. I'm just yapping. I should eat lunch too, probably. Yeah. That'd be nice. I also need to eat some food as well. So, we're all going to make sure that we eat, drink, all the things. Okay, please stay hydrated, stay bundled up and warm if you're from the northern hemisphere. If you're from the southern hemisphere, I mean, I have no idea your time zone, but I guess try to stay cool, I guess. Something like that. I don't know. Whatever your weather is, just dress appropriately. Yeah, the book, it's pretty good so far. All right, cool. Cool, cool, cool. That's good. Like the narration, the narrator has an accent the first, well, with character and makes her come to life. Oh, that fits. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. And has an accent that fits with the character, makes her come to life. Well, that's good. Love that for audiobook narration, because for me, it always it's very important for me, especially with Guardian audiobooks, if there are accents, to make sure that it fits the character and the vibe of the story. Otherwise, it just throws me off. Okay, A Magical Guide to Innkeeping. I'm actually only like 7 chapters in, so the plan to finish it today or tomorrow, depending on the days go. Okay. All right, you're already like 7 chapters in. I don't know how many chapters are in the book, but I do hope you are able to finish it, whether it's today or tomorrow, soon. The idea is like soon in the coming weekend. Cool. Let's see, looking here. Okay, so I guess we should probably start the very first sprint. Let's see here. So for the sprint, we're going to do something a little bit different here. We're going to use a video okay, come on, switch over. Thank you. So we're going to use a video. Actually, should I do it this way? Okay, now I look too small. Still look too small. We'll just do it this way. Okay, no, this way, please. Come on. Oh, well, we'll just do it this way. Yeah, so our very first sprint is giving me 50 minutes. I just use this this study with me Pomodoro method thing. So it already has like a timer for the sprint, and then it has a timer for our break. So that's just what we're going to use for like the first hour or so. Yeah, the first sprint is 50 minutes. The break is 10 minutes. I mean, if we go over the 10-minute break, I'll pause it. I think it's an interesting read. It's gonna be my 3rd book by this author. The first I read was Storm book she wrote. Right. The IP. Yes. All right. Interesting read. All right. That's good. Hopefully, you'll enjoy it. Anyways, yes, let's start our very first sprint. So happy reading, productivity, studying, working, all the things. And we shall reconvene in like 15 minutes. Salutations. This is the end of the first sprint, and currently we do have a video right here to show that this is how long our break is. So it's gonna be a 10-minute break-ish. So, let's all come back together and let me know how far you all have gone in your reading, if you're working on something. If you just joined us, please say hi in the chat and let us know that you're here. And also if you don't mind, also let us know what you are working on and or reading. So I finally did update my name header thing right here because I am continuing to read Girl. Oh, shoot. Of course, there's an ad. Why? Of course, I use the. Okay, hold up, y'all. I gotta get rid of this ad because. Okay, I can't get rid of the ad. Actually, it's supposed to be 2 ads. Great. I hate when this happens and it's just an ad. Can I skip this one? It looks like we can't skip that ad either. Okay, well, we're here. Got to let that one go. Can it just go now? Okay. All right, well, that's the ad. So I've continued reading Girl Dinner by Olivia Blake. This book came out October 21st, I think. Something like that. So yeah, I got it as an advanced listening copy from Macmillan Audio, hence why I got it in Google Play. And this is a contemporary horror novel, dual POV. We're following a college sophomore named Nina, who's trying to join this sorority called The House. And we also follow Salone, who is a spousal hire professor that's been invited to basically help, like, I guess be, I don't know, like running the house, some sort of like some sort of partner. I don't really know. I don't understand Greek life. Okay. I really, really don't get it. So I don't understand what she's trying to do. She's a mother and she's just trying to like get herself together after childbirth, dealing with a child, dealing with a husband that's not, as I think, just basically just not very helpful in taking care of this child personally. Yeah, and then with Nina, who's just trying to like find a place to like fit into this sorority. And I heard there's something about cannibalism, I think. For this in this book. So we'll see where the cannibalism comes in, because again, it is called Girl Dinner. It is also a satire as well. I'm trying to figure out, I mean, parts of it is obviously satirical in the sense of like, girl dinner, a little bit of feminism, womanhood, motherhood, stuff like that. For me, satire is I've learned that in literature, satire is really hard for me to like really get right, as in like what they're trying to count satire, like what they're trying to be satirical of, like I get the critique to most degrees, but other times I'm like, okay, I don't know. Satire is usually not one for me, but I've been wanting to try this one, and so far I like the narration. I am like 26% of the way through, and like I don't know, it feels fine to me. I'm not loving it or anything. It's just fine. I don't know. I do like the cover though. I gotta say, Girl Dinner, like the cover is pretty nice, but as far as the story itself, it's fine. It's at least give me a 3-star, so that's at least one thing. Unless there's like a big twist or something really shifts tonally, it could get lower than that. But right now, it feels like at least 3 stars, maybe 3.5. I don't really know. But right now, I'm in the mood for an audiobook, and so that's where It's going to be reading via audio. I did get a notification though for an audiobook of a young adult book, so I don't know. I might want to start reading that audiobook. And if I start getting bored of Girl Dinner, I'll listen to the other book that's an audiobook. What's that one called? Oh, it's called One of the Boys by Victoria Zeller. Yeah, it's a young adult queer contemporary novel of a trans girl who's a senior in high school and wants to and wants to. So yeah, this is the other book I was thinking about reading via audio. One of the boys. It's young adult queer contemporary, trans girl main character, transitions in high school, while also playing American football. So yeah, and I heard actually that the author played American football as well and then transitioned. So I'm like, okay, well, that's a perspective I would love to read because I love watching American football. So let me read a book about a young teenager who is also trans and still wants to play American football. So I'm like, yes, trans athletes, especially in a very male dominated sport like American football is. um, I would love to read a book in that perspective. So we'll see when I get to it. But right now, Girl Dinner is in my mind, even though I really want to read some other books that I'm currently reading. But I'm really in the mood to have something in my ears, just have an audiobook just have an audiobook. So that's where we're at. Let me catch up on the comments. Okay, Mel got to 22% in the first day of spring. All right, making good progress. Hello, I'm reading I Am the Dark by Why does that sound familiar? I Am the Dark. That sounds familiar to me. I Am the Dark. Okay, that's not. Jameson. Okay, I guess you've written down you typed in the shortened version. Okay, so the full title is I Am the Dark That Answers When You Call. This book. Yes, this is the sequel to I Feed Her to the Beast and the Beast is Mine? Is that what that book is? Yeah, and the Beast is Me, my bad. Okay, here's the series. I Feed Her to the Beast. That's the name of the series. So, yeah. Hello, Scorpio Queen. So let us know. Are you enjoying this one? I mean, clearly you're reading a sequel in a series, so clearly you enjoyed the first book. So what do you think of the sequel so far? I've seen people really enjoy those books, so I'm curious to know what you think. Very twisted and sad. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like, based on synopsis, like hearing about an 8-year-old committing murder, that's like really intense. But dang, I can only imagine being very twisty and very, 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 very sad. All right, we're saying hello to each other. Yep, hello Scorpio, because it is indeed Scorpio season. So very timely to see you here, Scorpio Queen. I don't know if you're just Scorpio rising or just a Scorpio sun, moon, or whatever, but like if Scorpio's in your big three, this is definitely your season, regardless. Especially if you're Scorpio sun. You like it so far. Nice. That's good. I ate lunch and started scripting a reading update video. Nice. Cool. We'll love to watch the video whenever it's out. Let's see. What did I do in the spring? I forgot. Oh, yeah. I was telling y'all I was reading. Then I was brushing my teeth, washing my face, moisturizing my face. I'm trying to get into the whole skincare routine thing. I don't have any so many cleansers or moisturizer or anything. I just have a simple thing as a moisturizer that's basically my body wash, but it really works well with washing my face. So I just use that as my cleanser. And then I use like CeraVe as a moisturizer. So it actually feels really nice on my skin. So I'm just leaving it the way that it is. And it's also travel size. So it's really good when I have to do any traveling, especially when I have done some house sitting. It's very, very helpful to have that on hand. So just did that. And then I think for the next sprint, I'm going to, okay, now there's another ad. Okay, let me see if I can get rid of this ad. Okay, all right, we got about a minute. Okay, so I think for the next sprint, I want to, of course, I'll continue listening to Girl Dinner, but I'm actually looking at the sink right now because I'm literally in the kitchen. So like I can see the sink right now and I should actually also get those dishes done. Maybe I should get the dishes done in the next sprint. Maybe. I don't know yet. But I also need to eat though. So maybe I should eat first, then do dishes. But also I need to do another thing. I actually need to do a couple other things. So yeah. Although one of the things should take precedent, but like I can still do that tomorrow, I think. I don't know. That's just other things. Oh shoot, this thing's taking. Yeah, OMG, how's Scorpio season go for you, right? Very, very curious to know. For also for anyone who is a Scorpio, actually. Is Scorpio season going well for y'all? I don't really know. Okay, I know this thing is gonna like come all the way down to zero, but I'm gonna put pause because I refuse. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me take it off here. Okay, cool. Because I want to finish up the comments and my thoughts before we start the next sprint. Yeah, how is Scorpio season going for you, Scorpio Queen? Ironically, I haven't had a good start. Damn. But I will try to be more positive in the future. I know it's very, I don't know. This just, I mean, it's not like things that's happening around the world, or even like not just around the world, but even in our own country's been going great either. So like I could see and how that feels like it hasn't been a good start for you personally. Um, and it can be hard to be positive, moving forward and stuff. But we gotta find the light though, in every time we're within darkness. So yeah, I am sorry that it has not been a good start to you. It's not been a good start for you so far this Scorpio season, but I do hope as we continue on through the Scorpio season that it gets better for you. Yeah, you still got most of November. Hopefully things will start looking up. Yeah, we still got November, so hopefully things are going to be better. Yep. Yep. Love the purple heart. Okay, so I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do for the next sprint, but we should definitely start the next sprint. Okay, just switch that over. All right, cool. Anyways, happy reading, writing, studying, working, all the things, and we shall reconvene in 50 minutes. Salutations. That was the end of the second sprint, and now we have a 10-minute break. So please let me know in the chat how far you have gone in reading, what you're working on, things like that. Sorry, let's like clip this thing back on my shirt. And also, if you just joined us, please say hi in the chat. Do not be afraid to say hi. We know we do not bite over here. I know it's Halloween, but we do not bite over here. And also let us know what you are working on. So I continued. Okay, wrong side. I continued listening to Girl Dinner by Olivia Blake. I'm on chapter 13, so I'm on part 2. And again, I think the book is fine so far. I kind of like it. But then I kind of got a little bit distracted from reading more of it. Okay, see, this is what I hate about. Let me just, because I want to have the timer here, but I also hate when the ads keep showing up. Yeah, what was I talking about? Right, got distracted because I wanted to watch things related to American football, so I was just doing that. Also working on my current reading journal and things. And yeah, then my mom came home. Then she had to leave, go someplace. But at least I said hi to her. Yeah. I don't think I need this walkthrough. Sorry, I'm also looking at other things as well. I have so many applications and tabs open that I'm kind of like, why do I have all this open? I feel like I should just focus on one thing. And there is technically something that takes priority. I'm not in the mood to do it right now. So my brain's just like, let's not do it right now. Even though I should. So, that's technically the vibe right now. Okay, also I want to really look at the timer. How much do we have? Okay, so according to our timer thing here, this is being the last break. So yeah, I think we have time for like one more sprint, which I think is very, very fitting. We'll do like one more sprint after this break. That'll be the final one, and we'll come back together again. So yeah. So yeah, I do have a to-do list for today, but since again, I woke up later than I would like, I fell behind, and technically I am behind. So yeah, that's where you're at. Hopefully the next sprint, the final sprint, I can be a bit more productive. Let me just catch on the comments. Scorpio Queen read 30 pages and probably going to take a break and play a game. Sounds like a vibe. Totally here for that. So definitely recommend taking a break and playing a game. I haven't actually played in the Switch in a while. I'm not going to do that today though. Maybe I should do that Sunday. No, I have games. I have NFL games to watch on Sunday. Dang. So not going to be. I could do it tomorrow, but I also have to do other things, especially if I don't do the one thing. See, my brain is always like already trying to think like, okay, how am I going to logically plan this out? You know what I mean? Oh, hello, Andrea's Reading Road. Hello. Study mathematics for a test on Monday. Time to call it a day with it soon and read something to relax. Yes. Definitely good to have a bit of a studying break and just read something for yourself. Here for that. So what will you be reading? Since you say you're going to read something to relax, what are you going to read to relax? Okay, Nat is on page 104. Don't remember where they started. Have the audio on Everest, so it's hard to track by percentage completed, which I prefer. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. But you are getting through it though, so that's good. You're page 104. I don't know how long the book is, so I don't know how far that is, but I'm assuming it's at least a third of the way through. That's at least my assumption anyways. But yeah, what's my to-do list? Hold up. Let me actually consult the to-do list. Have I done anything on this to-do list? I mean, I've been reading, so that's something. And some other things are technically pretty quick, but I didn't do. I definitely need to do that the next sprint. Let's see. And then I have my reviews, which I don't know if I should do standalone reviews since I'm going to do a wrap-up post. Since I am going to do a wrap-up post, I can actually just get rid of a couple of to-do lists. Because I'm going to have a wrap-up post on Instagram, so that doesn't matter. Okay, well, that made my to-do list a lot smaller, but I still have something that's a little more time-consuming that I got to do. I don't know, maybe I should just do it after the sprints. Maybe I can't do it during sprints, who knows? Oh, Star Ball Dragon Ball Volume 1. All right, let's go. Yes, I'm manga. That's the perfect thing to read when you're like just needing to just like take a break, you know? Especially from studying, from math. Hello, Angeline Torres. Salutations. Welcome to the sprints. We do have a break here, so that's what's on the timer. This timer here is literally our break before we conduct our third and final sprint of the day. Nat. Okay, so the total page count is 334. So yeah, about a third. I figured as much. I mean, a Witch's Guide to Magical Alchemy sounds like a book that's just a little bit over 300 pages. So glad that at least tracks. Yeah, I'm just trying to like figure out my to-do list. I think I can do everything else on my to-do list. And just need to be a little more practical about it. And then it's just the one thing that I realized should have done like earlier. I can do that after the sprints are done, I think. I think I can do after the sprints are done. At least I hope. I should. Hopefully. I don't know. I need to relook at my. What else is my to-do list? I think I could do it. It's possible. It's very plausible. But I do see myself having way too many tabs. Let me just like delete some tabs. I have way too many. Oh yeah, it's also Halloween. Will I have time to even watch a Halloween movie? Because I really wanted to rewatch Sinners, because I finally bought a DVD. And I also want to rewatch Wendell and Wild on Netflix, but I think I'm more in a Sinners mood than Wendell and Wild. So I really want to rewatch Sinners. I think that might be something I have to do after family dinner, which, yeah, after the sprints are done, my family and I are going to go out to eat. So I think hopefully by the time we come home from the dinner, there'll be, enough time to watch Sinners. And I think while I'm watching Sinners, I think my mom wants to watch Spirited Away, the Studio Ghibli film, which like is a good movie. It's definitely a fun movie to watch during Halloween, but for me, I definitely want something more horror. So that's why I'm going with Sinners. But yeah, that's my plan. But we'll see about timing. Maybe I can watch both. Who knows? Anyways, so that's my Halloween plan because I'm not doing no trick-or-treating. I have no one to trick-or-treat with. I have no costume of any kind. I've never actually had a Halloween costume. Like, I know I have my Stitch outfit thing, but like I just wear that usually for Stitch Day. Halloween-wise, I don't got that. And of course, there's an ad because there's always going to be an ad. Okay, there we go. We have a minute left. And that's the thing, though. Every year, I always like, I would love to actually like commit to wearing a costume on Halloween. And then I don't actually think about a costume until like a couple weeks before Halloween. And at that time, I'm like, isn't it a little bit late to be thinking about a Halloween costume? I should have thought of this like since September. But it's here. It's fine. It's fine. I have next year, which I tell myself every single year. I'm like, I have next year, and then I never plan. Ever. I don't know. Maybe this time I can actually be serious. And Halloween 2026, I'm actually going to wear a costume. I don't know. Don't hold me to that. Do not hold me that I'm going to wear a costume for Halloween 2026. Don't do that. It's just a thought. I can't commit to anything like that. Ooh, you're gonna be doing some writing. Ooh, I mean, if you don't mind. Okay, this thing is already gonna start. Nope, nope, nope. We're not gonna have the Pomodoro do this thing yet. Okay, there we go. Just paused it at the right point. Okay, what was I gonna say? Right, you say you're doing some writing. If you are comfortable sharing, what are you writing about? If it's personal, that is fine. But I'm just curious if you're open and willing to share, what will you be writing about? Salutations, Kelly Kobe. Finished Big Damn Magic by Kevin Petway. I've never heard this book or this author before. Big Damn. Oh, okay. Okay, so there's not much here on Storygraph. Okay, let me search it elsewhere. Big Damn Magic by Okay, looks like it's a third book in a series. Third book in a Misplaced Mercenary series. Came out in 2021. Okay, then why isn't that? Okay, maybe there's just not people. A lot of people have read it. And okay, so this is the book that Kelly Colby is reading right here. Doesn't have a lot of viewership, but I mean readership, not viewership, readership. But I'm glad though that you're very happy that you finished this book. Was it really good? Looks like a mystery. Is this a mystery thriller thing? Well, misplaced mercenaries, so this could be a mystery. It looks like this could be mystery. Is this a mystery series? I don't know, but it seems like the people who have read it really have enjoyed it. So that's the important thing. Rated 5 stars, loved it. It's indie published. Okay, that's why. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you've loved it and really enjoying it. Illusions of Decency is next, and these are rereads. Oh, you're rereading the series. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you really loved your reread. Honestly, not a big Halloween person. Too much effort. Honestly, it is. It's literally like cosplay for like a day. And there's cosplayers obviously who like will love Halloween, have a particular cosplay for Halloween. Some cosplayers don't do Halloween because it's like, look, I already cosplay like every day. I don't need to participate. Which is fine. Like I'm also not a Halloween person, but then again, I just grew up in like a Christian household, so the whole Halloween dressing up for Halloween thing has like never been much of a thing at all for our house, especially not with Nigerian parents. Okay, it's not happening. We're not here celebrating about the witches and the demons and the spirit. Like we don't want to celebrate all that. Who wants that? Which so then that made in my childhood be like, okay, well I guess Halloween you can at least get some candy, I guess. But I always felt jealous though as a kid seeing my classmates wear some costumes and wear that to school and stuff. And I'm always like, dang, I just look like a regular Joe over here. So part of me is always like, I want to put some sort of effort for Halloween, but I just gotta know that's just not ingrained in me. So I need to put way more of an effort. But honestly though, Halloween does look like way too much of an effort. Even when I go to a store, like it's like, oh, you just like purchase a costume. I'm kind of looking at the costumes. I'm just like, do I want to be anything like this? Like, do I want to be a cowboy? Do I want to be, I don't know, some sort of character from a movie or a TV show? I don't feel like it. Or a book. No, I really don't. So everyone else, y'all have fun. So I'm kind of like, it's just too much effort. Okay, it's just too much effort. It's a sword and sorcery fantasy. Yep, makes sense. Wait, it's a fantasy. I guess not a mystery. Hmm. All right. Well, looks are deceiving. Oh, you're writing fanfic. Okay. Participating in an event for my fandom, so it's due at the end of next month. Nice. All right, let's go. I've read a little bit of fanfic, but I haven't really written anything that's actually been published anywhere. I think I've had I put like an outline of an idea for a fanfic, and I still have a couple fanfic ideas, but I haven't really been much into fandom in the past few years. And in my brain, I'm just like, yeah, I don't really want to write fan fiction or even read fan fiction because I just haven't been in the fandom mood. I haven't been in like, oh, I want to be part of fandom. I think I've been tuckered out at some fandoms, most because of the fact that there's just a lot of issues in the fandoms I've been a part of. Like a lot of like actually like bigotry issues in the fandoms. And I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna just nope out of here and just not engage with. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. I'm just gonna nope up out of here and just like not engage anymore. Not even with the material that I was a part of the fandom for. So yeah, I haven't been much into fandom lately, which kind of sucks because I used to like really want to be in fandom. Like I've always liked, people reading, hearing about people writing some fanfics and making some fan art. I love the fan art. I can never draw the fan art. For me, I'm just not like that kind of an artist. But I've always loved seeing other people make the art and just engage with it, hype it up, share it, stuff like that. Yeah, but I'm glad though that you're participating in an event for your fandom and that you're writing some fanfic. So let's go. Happy to hear about that. Let's see. Should we start our next sprint? Might as well. Let's see if I can get any actual work done besides just listening to an audiobook. Because all of that is still up in the air right now. Okay, let's get back to here. Switch this over. Cool. So yes, this is the final Pomodoro. So yeah, let's literally just get some work done, y'all. Like this is the last stretch. Get some work done, get studying done, get some reading done, all the things. So yeah, happy reading, writing productivity, and all the things. Oh, before we start, hey Julie, almost forgot about these sprints. That is okay. You've made it just in time for one more sprint, and then we can have a break. So glad for you. So happy to see that you are here and joining us. So yeah. Anyways, let's actually for real, get started in the sprint. And you're listening to The Bowmaker by Sarah Beth Durst while doing chores. Awesome. All right, let's go. Let's get this started and happy reading. Sorry, everyone. I just lost track of time there. But yeah, that is the end of the final sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you've gone in whatever you were working on. Hold on a second. Where is it? Okay, sorry. So if you hearing all kinds of things from the microphone, flipping that back in. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's the end of the final sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you have gone in reading. If you've read anything, just let me know. If you read something, if you're working on something, how far have you gone into that? All the things. For me, I was able to cross off a few things off my to-do list. So this was actually a bit more productive. And I continued reading Girl Dinner by Alvy Blake. This is my current read. I'm on chapter 16, as you can see, and that's around 38%. I don't know how I really feel about Girl Dinner. Again, I've been finding myself having a little bit trouble with satire. What was I trying to say? Sheesh. With satire, I don't know, but like I don't know. I just don't care for satire as much. So my brain is just like, about this, which is like unfortunate. I'm kind of like, I mean, it's not like I don't think it's bad, but I don't know about the actual critique that Alvy Blake is doing regarding feminism in this book is as interesting to me. I don't know. I think I'm just getting a little bit bored. Which sucks. I am kind of curious to see where the sorority thing is gonna go, but genuinely, I think I'm just bored. The actual critique, the satire of feminism, girlhood, womanhood, and motherhood. I'm kind of like, yeah, sure, but I'm kind of like a little bit bored here, especially since this is labeled as horror. I'm like, I kind of want to feel a little bit more unsettled, and I don't feel unsettled right now. Maybe it'll get to the point of being unsettled, and I'm not hating the narration or anything, so I might just continue on listening to this audiobook. But other than that, I'm not really that interested, which kind of sucks. I mean, it is Halloween, and I want to read something that's a little bit more, Halloweeny and unsettling and all that stuff. But like, I'm not feeling unsettled at all. Not gonna lie, if anything, I feel like my mind is just wandering, which is not great. Now, granted, though, I'm really in the mood to listen. I'm in the mood for an audiobook right now, but my other current reads are not audiobooks. And they're like read with my eyes. And I'm like, I need to do something with my hands, with my eyes. So I need like a really nice audiobook. And like, I don't know. I'm always Alvy Blake as an author, as a writer, for me as a reader, has been such a hit or miss. I mean, I've hated like the Atlas Six, so I've never continued on with that series. I've really enjoyed One for My Enemy, and I've really enjoyed Masters of Death. And then my favorite from her is Alone with You in the Ether. But then ever since then, I haven't really found anything that's like in the realm of like a Masters of Death or even Alone with You in the Ether for me, let alone even like a One for My Enemy. One for My Enemy, I would kind of like have some problems with some conveniences and the fantasy stuff, but other than that, I was entertained enough. Girl Dinner is giving that vein of One for My Enemy, one for My Enemy, but less interesting. Like, again, I see this being a 3-star, which is not the worst thing, but it's not the best thing either. I don't know. A part of me is still interested just to keep reading, just to see if anything changes. But if things don't really change, especially by like halfway mark, I think I'm gonna have to end up DNFing, because I also did DNF Gifted and Talented this year. I also got that as an ALC from Macmillan Audio, but I had to DNF it pretty early on, actually, because the tone of Gifted and Talented just did not work for me at all, which is very unfortunate. I really wanted to like that one, but it didn't work. So I'm here with Girl Dinner, and I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but I'm not so invested in the story. I'm still waiting for that horror element, the cannibalism part, because again, it's called Girl Dinner. So I'm like, you know what I mean? Now, again, it's going to have some critique. I do feel it's going to have some solid critique on feminism and stuff, which I'm like, sure, fine, but I don't know. I don't really know. My brain's just kind of like, eh. And especially regarding the motherhood stuff, I also don't really care for. But I can see why it's included in here since Olivia Blake herself is also a mother. So I see why that critique is in here. I just don't care for it. So my brain is just like, it's there. No comment much on that. And as far as critique on feminism, I don't know. I find myself like not quite paying attention to those active critiques. I'm kind of just like, I don't know. It's not really unique or interesting to my brain. My brain is just like, yeah, sure, whatever. You tell me all these things. But again, I don't know. It's not nuanced enough for me to be that interested, I think. Maybe that's why I am bored about it. Because I'm trying to figure out what about it I'm feeling bored, besides the fact I'm trying to like multitask on so many things. But I think the reason why this is not quite working for me is that it's just not expansive enough regarding its feminism. It's definitely a particular kind of feminism that Olivia Blake is critiquing, and that kind of feminism I'm not interested in. I know I'm not, and also to be quite honest, I'm not well versed regarding feminism as itself, like the waves of feminism. I'm also not well versed in that. That is something I want to learn more about in the next year or so, to learn more about these different waves of feminism and how feminism has evolved and its critiques and its theories. I do want to learn more about that. Because I've been seeing a lot of books, that's like, oh, feminism this, a feminist twist on that. But then I'm like, is it really feminist? What you're trying to critique here? I'm missing stuff. So I need to educate myself on that. So that's on me for that bit. But as far as like the book itself, I'm kind of just like, The characters are also just kind of like, which is also really disappointing because one thing that worked really well for me in like the two books of Olivia Blake's that I really, really loved was because of the characters. In this book, I don't really care for Salome or Nina as much in this one. There are two main characters with main perspectives in this book, and I don't really care about what their journey, especially with Salome, regarding her, since she's the one who's a mother and all that. Like I can sympathize with her and like trying to like be a mother and how motherhood has affected her when she's trying to be a tenured professor in this university, and now she's a faculty advisor. That's what she is now for this house, for the sorority house. It makes her at least a little bit interesting, but again, I don't care for the motherhood stuff. I just don't, and I'm sorry, I really don't. But like, it is what it is, and I didn't realize how much of this book had about motherhood when I requested from Macmillan Audio to, read and to listen and review. So that's on me, I guess, a little bit on that one. But such is life when you request a book from a publisher and you hear one thing, but you didn't know about these other things. So yeah. So those are my current thoughts on Girl Dinner right now, which I know it doesn't sound like much and also seems a little bit more than negative, but I do think this is just a me thing. There are definitely going to be people who read this and are way more interested in this book than I am. I just wish that I was one of those readers that is enjoying this one. Yeah, and also Olivia continues to be a hit or miss for me. So I don't know. Her next novel, I should say, is called Dreamland. That's Gothic. A part of me wants to give that one a shot, but knowing myself, I'm still not going to like it. Knowing me, I'm still not going to like it, which will really suck because I'm here for all things Gothic. I am someone who, regardless, who will read a Gothic tale, especially if it's written by an author of color. Okay, let me specify that. It's just, especially if it's written by an author of color. So I really want to give Dreamland, which will come out in August next year, a shot. But I also don't know if I'm going to get to it regardless. So, Now, I do know, though, Olivia Blake has a graphic novel with Little Chimura. It's paranormal toxic romance or something. I don't really know, but I am very curious about that graphic novel. And it comes out in May, so I think that I will lock in for then Dreamland. But I will hear some reviews, some people's thoughts on Dreamland. It's really a nice cover. Actually, do I have the cover on hold here? Let's see. Do I have the cover? Let me find it. I mean, sure, I could like share my screen. Actually, let's probably do it that way. Hold up. I actually need to stop sharing this one. Dreamland by Olivia Blake. So y'all can see this cover because it's really pretty. There it is. Okay, get rid of that. Oh, it actually doesn't seem to be that long. Maybe I still will read it. Okay, let me do it this way. So, it doesn't work quite. Actually, I could do it this way. Okay, cool. So I'm like really small, but it's fine. So yeah, this is the cover of Dreamland by Olivia Blake. It comes out on August 18th. Yep, that's the date right here. And the page counts 304 pages, which is not long. I'm assuming that the audiobook might be 12, 13 hours, somewhere around there. That's just my assumption. Yeah, that would be my assumption. That'll be like 12, 13 hours. So I could do it, assuming, but there has to be a good audiobook narrator. If the audiobook narrator is like someone I really don't care for, I'm like not gonna check this book out because I don't think I'm gonna read it with my eyeballs like at all. But yeah, that's the cover. I really like the cover. I like the orange and the blue and the black. So I like the cover design, but I don't know if I'm actually gonna like, read it, so that's for future me. That's a 2026 me to worry about. But I am curious though about what was it, Clara and the Devil by Olivia Blake. Yes, that's coming out like next year, so really looking forward to this. Oh shoot, that was actually the page number I just said. Yeah, that was a lie. Sorry, that was the ebook. The physical is actually 368 pages. Yeah, that sounds like a 14-hour long audiobook to me. So it's either going to be 14 hours or 13 hours or in between, somewhere between there. Maybe even under 13, but it depends on the audiobook narrator. I don't know. So that's kind of the thought right now. That is the thought. We shall see. Let me catch up on some comments. Oh, hey, Chris. Hello, Kirsty. Happy Halloween is 9 p.m. So not long left. But I'm rereading a point horror book from my teenhood to close out my October reading. Ooh. Yeah. That sounds like good. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. 9 p.m. right. You're far ahead in the time zone, but I'm glad that you were able to at least say hi and all the things. And of course, I tune in as year ending. I know. Yeah, the sprints this year is just a little bit short. Very unfortunate, but I'm glad at least you're here. We can at least chat for a while. Your book is throwing you back into your 13-year-old psyche, and it's entertaining how much I'm realizing it didn't impact my reading preferences even as far as 2004. Ooh, okay. So this book that you're rereading is basically part of your fundamental reading journey. It's a 13-year-old. That is impressive. I think that's really cool that you're able to rediscover that about yourself. Got it. Yes, I know. I can speak proper English, I swear. Oh, yeah, I was interested in reading Girl Dinner. Yeah, I've also been interested in Girl Dinner too, especially since it was called Girl Dinner. I was like, okay, sure. I'm familiar with like the social media trend regarding like a girl dinner, but also presented in a book. I was kind of like, it seems a little tongue-in-cheek, So yeah, and it is a satire. It's contemporary for sure, and it's horror. And I'm just waiting for the horror bit right now. And I heard it's cannibalism, so I'm like, okay, can we get to the cannibalism bit a little bit here? I want like full-on cannibalism here. I hope it doesn't wait till all the way to the end for the cannibalism bit, because that's going to be very, very disappointing to me. I'm like, Everything else here, I'm kind of like, about it. Now we get to the horror. Because again, I haven't been that unsettled. And it's supposed to be also culty, I think, because of the sorority. I don't know. Cult books also are not quite the thing I tend to pick up very often. So I don't know quite on how I would feel about cult books and culty horror. But I don't know. We'll see. I'll give this a shot, but I don't know, y'all. This might end up being a DNF. Now, will I DNF it before November? That's the real question. Because I've been doing my like stats for the month, and like I haven't updated anything for as far as my stats because again, the month is not over yet. I'm still reading until like it's like midnight or even like 10 p.m. So I'll keep reading, do whatever, and whatever I get to is whatever I get to, I guess. But so far, Girl Dinner is feeling like a miss. So Holy Angeline Tour, if you pick up Girl Dinner, it works for you, but just know that I am like 38% of the way through, and it's not, the horror bits hasn't quite shown its face yet. So keep that in mind. Oh, you wrote 923 words. Woo! Let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Nearly 1,000 words in one session. That's impressive. I love that. Love it. I still wish that I'd written at least a fanfic that was like I could publish, whether on Wattpad, AL3, or even Tumblr. I wish I wish I could be in that phase where I just write fanfic. Although technically it's not too late. It is not too late to write a fanfic. Now, if I were to write a fanfic, what fandom would I write a fanfic for? See, this is what happens when I haven't sprinted in so long. My brain is just like, okay, how much more can I yap? So like, excuse me as I just yap about fan fiction, okay? Because I haven't read much fanfic when I was in the mood to even write fanfic either. So I'm kind of like, what would I do? I did watch like Carmen Sandiego 2019 version, and I did not particularly like the ending of the show. I had some problems with it, especially with a certain thing that the show did. And I'm like, I feel like we're missing either a whole season or like more episodes. Like I felt that final season was so short. So I probably always wanted to like rewrite the ending and like put more space in between those final couple of episodes. It was actually last 3 really. I'll take some last 2 episodes I would love to like rewrite, but then my brain's like, okay, but how you write about the capers, So I'm like, I didn't know how to do that. So that's something I should probably consider if I would write fanfic is Carmen Sandiego, either an alternate version, just alternate universe, or just like completely rewrite the ending. So that's one. There's another show that I used to watch, but I don't care for it anymore. I just get a headache every single time I even think about it. But it would be easy. It would be a lot easier to just do a whole U-haul of. And that's Miraculous Ladybug. I know there's a 6th season out now. I've been watching the show since the show came out in the United States back in like 2015, okay? And I stopped watching it in like 2021, 2022-ish, because I just grew so tired of the show and how it just wanted to like insult my intelligence as a viewer. It was so frustrating. I do that for like 7 years. So I just gave up. So I didn't watch the 5th season. I've not seen much of the 6th season either. So I'm kind of like, But I could do a whole U-haul of the show and its lore. Because the lore was a major issue I had. So I could do a whole thing about the lore. I don't know. Something to consider. But those are like the 2 I can see like, oh yeah, I can like come up with my ideas, figure out what to do with the character arcs and everything. Like those are the main 2. Other than that, I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, those 2. It's just that the Miraculous one would be so much work because it's such a U-haul I'll have to do. And then also I would like to see what else has actually been put in canon as well to maybe change differently or take inspiration of. As far as like some background characters and stuff, since they're clearly doing that finally in season 6, took too damn long to do. Yeah. And then just Carmen Sandiego, I'm just like, I need to rewrite the ending so it's a little bit easier, less intensive. Let me catch up with the rest of these comments. Made a bingo board of buzzwords that are kind of scary things I'm hesitant. Okay, you made a bingo board. Cool. Hesitant to read. Avi Blake. Oh, wait. No, I see. You made a bingo board of buzzwords that are kind of scary or things you're hesitant to read. And then Avi Blake is one of the squares because I've heard so many mixed things. Yes. Avi Blake is an author that's just hit or miss with people. Her writing can be seen for some readers as pretentious. So she's obviously a miss for a lot of readers, but also people love her quote unquote pretentious writing. So they also love her work. And it's just people like me who are like, I like this story from her, but I didn't like this one, or I like this one kind of, or this one's my favorite. You're just up and down. I'm in the middle. I'm the up and down with her works. But I will say, though, you get something different every single time, which I think is, at least, which I think as an author and an author who wants to have a long career of writing, I think that's a good thing that each one of her books is very different and you'll get different sort of audiences for whatever project and idea that she wants to make. And this is coming from Avi Blake as well, that she also has written fan fiction before. So she's been a fanfic writer, have her own, been her own original works, self-published, trained traditional publishing, making more original stories, all the things. So Avi Blake's actually entire author journey is very fascinating to me, which is why I'm always inclined to pick up her books, whether regardless I've loved her previous releases or not. And I always like to give her a shot because since she publishes different things every single year, I want to try every single one. So I'm like, well, maybe this one worked. Okay, this one didn't quite work. Maybe this one kind of worked or not. So I know Avi Blake is very much hit or miss, very mixed things, but just know that this is coming from people who have probably read some of her works, and maybe this is someone who's read this one work for the first time from her. All right. As far as like a starting point with Avi Blake, I do recommend her short story collection, January's. I actually really liked that short story collection because it really showed a wide range of possibilities for her writing styles, the ideas that she likes to write, all the things. Now, granted, that short story collection is a mixture of short stories that were already published in an anthology previously and then some new stuff. So you do get a mixture of all that. So if you want to at least start somewhere with Avi Blake, definitely go with her short story collection. Best bet for sure. And I think it's a safer bet if you are just not sure if she's really even the author writer for you. So that would be my recommendation for you, Kirsty, if you want to read Avi Blake. Hey, Leslie, happy Halloween. You're at work, so you're just popping in. Well, thank you for popping in. Thank you. Okay, I really need to catch up on comments. I'm like behind. It really is. I forgot the brother's name was Connor, which was the name I was obsessed with for years. I never knew why. Now I do. Well, there you go. At least, I mean, that's the great thing about rereading. You just learn something new about yourself, or relearn something new. Also realized this is very much a protective older sibling trope mix, and as I'm reading apart, my brain has gone, huh? So this is where that preference came from. Oh gosh, I've always had a huge thing for a bodyguard protector trope, and especially when it's siblings. This book apparently a big part of that, as was The Princes Are Even Further Back. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Do it. You should totally write a fanfic. I bet you smash it. I hope so. A part of me is always still critical in the mind, but I think writing a fanfic, especially if I just don't publish it anywhere, like I just write it for myself, I think that's going to help me with my sense of just like perfectionism. Just write something for myself. No one has to even read it. I just write it for myself, just draft it, do all the things. If it sucks, I'm like, hey, at least I'm the only one who read it. If I put it out there, I think I'll feel even worse. Also, if I were to put it out there, it would be on archive of our own. It'd be AO3. I don't think I can't go back to the Wattpad things. At Wattpad, I think actually Wattpad was the reason why I stopped even reading fanfic, because I didn't know about AO3 until like a few years later. Because a lot of my fanfic reading was from Wattpad, and I hated the way that Wattpad started to monetize people, some creators, some writers, which is good for them to get their bag, but not great for me who didn't want to pay to access the stories, So that wasn't helpful. But yeah, I will try. I think I should try writing a fanfic. I think I'll go with the Carmen Sandiego thing because that's just the easier one. And also, I'm still mad about that ending. I'll have to rewatch the show. which honestly, I'm not mad about rewatching Carmen Sandiego. It's been a couple years since I watched the show, since that season 4 ending really made me mad. Because Miraculous Ladybug, child, that's a whole U-Haul. I don't, the emotional weight of me having to watch season 5 and season 6 to make sure I don't put too many things that are already in canon in the fanfic. My brain, I'm like, nope, I can't do it emotionally. I just can't. So Carmen Sandiego will have to be. You used to write fanfic, but now every time you go, your brain reminds you of original stories warning, so I write nothing for anything. Yeah, it'd be like that. And also, I do have a lot of books, some published books that I also gotta read. Traditionally published books, indie published, self-published, small press. I have all those published books already on my shelf, and books I'm also borrowing from the library, so that also impedes writing time. But I feel as though I should actually just try again on the fanfic writing next year. Because again, I just need to do it for myself. That's all I need to do. That's all I need to do. You used to watch Miraculous Ladybug. You only made it to season 3? Huh. I will have to say the show, quality-wise, especially from my personal entertainment, definitely went down in season 3. So I will say season 3 was one of the worst seasons, for sure. It was one of the worst. Season 4, oh sheesh. Season 4 really made me mad. It's not a great season either, because again, it was the last season I fully watched. I heard season 5 is a lot of up and downs too, and so far season 6 has been has reinvigorated current and previous fans of the show to watch the show again. So I've heard season 6 is at least an improvement, but personally, I still love season 2. I think season 2 is still my favorite, and I think still the best season of the show. Again, this is from us. What I've only watched 4 out of 6 seasons, so what do I know? But yeah, I think it's gonna be hard though if I ever were to do a Miraculous Ladybug fanfic, because I feel like I will have to rewatch parts of the show just to remember what the lore already was and what I had to like take apart for. But there's just so many episodes though, because each season, I think every season is like 26 episodes, and I can't be doing that for 5 completed seasons. Ciao. I don't know, because I'm gonna be forgetting like names of villains and stuff. So I don't know. A part of me is just like, just forget what's in canon, just write whatever. But a part of me is also like, well, I want to consider what's already in canon, because I really don't want to do a whole thing from scratch, because that's gonna be annoying as hell. But yeah, it makes sense though if you stop the season 3, because that season was a pretty bad season. Even when it was airing, a lot of people were not a fan of that season. Which, by the way, another thing I don't like about Miraculous Ladybug, sorry, we're in a whole side tangent rant on this one, but I have to talk about it, is the fact that Miraculous Ladybug, when the episodes air, they're always out of order. They're never in order. So you have to wait till every single episode is out, and then you just go to a website. Hopefully they put it in the actual order that it actually is instead of what's been aired, because it's always aired out of order. And I don't know why they can't air these episodes in freaking order. It's one of those things I just like, why do it continue to be messy? Can you just air these episodes in correct order? I don't even care if it's aired in another country first. I don't care. Just put it all in order. Why are we going out of order? Especially since there actually is an order, because there are things that happened in one episode, but we didn't know how we got there until you had to go back episodes back because they didn't air it in all the same. Like, yo, this show is not that episodic. It's not like in season 1 where it's like pretty episodic. Season 2, it gets less episodic. Like, as the show went on, this show is not episodic anymore. So they need to stop making it episodic. The sooner they realize that, the easier it will be for me to even rewatch the show. Because, oh my gosh, every single time I think about Miraculous, I just get so heated. So I do apologize, but I'm actually not fully sorry, but it's just one, because it just makes me so mad every single time, and the show insults my intelligence. Not just my intelligence, but just any young viewer of the show. It just insults your intelligence, and it makes me mad so much. And also, I hate how the show. I'm sorry. I'm bashing on Miraculous. So if Miraculous Ladybug is your favorite show, I apologize. It used to be my favorite too, but I am a begruntled ex-fan of the show. All right, because I've always hated how the show refuses to have consequences. It refuses to do so. It wants to be so wishy-washy on the consequences of certain characters' actions, whether it's a hero or even a villain. And I'm just like, why can't we just stick with it? Even most children's shows, they always have some form of consequences that like um spring rolls to future seasons. Now, so there are been a few mistakes that happened that rolled over to other seasons, but it's just certain ones and certain episodes. I'm like, why we come back to this? We need to come back to this. Can we come back? So yeah, yeah. All this to say that I used to love Miraculous, and I kind of hate how the show had insulted me as a viewer. So I stopped watching it. So, yep. That's what happened. This is your feeling with V. Schwab too. Writes a wide range of styles and stories, and I always encourage people that if you don't like X, try Y or Z because it will be totally different. Yeah, I heard that as well with V. Schwab, because I have tried to read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue twice, and it just didn't work for me. Now, I do want to try to read Vicious. That one seems quite interesting. I don't care for A Darker Shade of Magic. I don't think that's going to be a series for me or anything else. Bury Your Bones in Midnight Soul, I heard it's very much like an Addie LaRue, and I'm like, okay, nope, I'm not touching that. So I want to try Vicious, because if Vicious don't work, I think just V. Schwab as an author just doesn't work for me, because I'm like, what other books are there? There's plenty of other, I guess, stories they've written, but I just don't care. Oh, you're back. Very busy today. Yeah. All the chores, all the babies, all the things. Well, I'm glad you're back, because we're still here talking, because like I have not been very active on this channel. And I do want to apologize truly on my lack of not just consistency, but just lack of activity on this channel, whether it's sprints or just videos. Like I really have been in this weird slump, maybe even a burnout of content, not gonna lie, which really sucks, because I really had like a lot of ideas to make some videos for y'all. But I found that I'm either slumping, or I'm simply just burnt out from like making content. Not just like all kinds of video content, but like specifically vlogs. And a lot of ideas that I have are vlog related. So I have to like really pivot from some of these video ideas, because I can't really vlog. My brain's just like, nope, no vlog. Every time I film a vlog, I already give up the next day, or it's already been filmed. And then I'm like, I don't feel like editing it, because I was like, even the thought of editing a vlog feels so exhausting. So exhausting to film a vlog and actually edit it and have it posted up on the channel. So I do see myself definitely moving away to like from vlogging, which I think it makes sense. Even the start of my channel has been much of like a vlogging channel. It's more of like a standalone video kind of content thing. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what to do with myself regarding that, because I still want to film vlogs. I just got to figure out how to do it. And especially since I am planning things for 2026. I don't know if some certain video ideas can even happen, because now I'm going to start doing some other things outside of YouTube that will take up more of my time and energy and focus. So I don't know if I can even do much YouTube. I will have an announcement video. I don't even know when the announcement is going to come, but I have been having some thoughts and considerations regarding not really the future of my channel, but just like what to do with myself, honestly, with my life. I mean, maybe my life is a bit too broad, because, you know, fingers crossed, I have a long life ahead of me, but I'm trying to figure out what to do with myself. It just in the next few years, like I want to have something planned for the future, and I'm making some steps. I'm taking some steps to actually like have some sort of plan, at least for 2026 and even 2027. So I see that possibly having this in the next couple of years. Now, beyond that, I don't even know, but I do see myself making some content that's going to also shift in 2026, not just in frequency, but also in the kind of content. I hope. We'll see. Because again, none of this is still, because I'm just like, I'm trying to figure it out as I go along. None of this stuff is planned for the most part. I'm just trying to figure out what I can and cannot do. And we shall see. Again, there will be an announcement video about this. So I'm kind of keeping it vague for now, especially since I'm not really sure how it's all going to even look like yet. But once I know for sure and it's like guaranteed, it's solid and planned out, I'll share with y'all, and we'll see where things go. Let me catch up some more comments. If you don't like the writing of Addie, try Vicious for absolute sure. I would tentatively suggest Gallant too. It's very gothic atmospheric without the flaunty and non-linear story of Addie. Okay, I've heard of Gallant too. I've heard people were kind of like about it since they weren't sure it was young adult or middle grade, but like, I don't know. I just wanted to try something by Schwab, and Addie was just not it. So I think Vicious is like the one I'm like, okay, this one's gotta work. If not, I'll try Gallant. So thank you, Kirsty. This whole year has felt like an entire life slump, right? Like, I don't know. I thought that 2024 was some sort of a weird life slump. No, 2025 is my life slump. Like, I really thought I was really slumping in like 2024. I'm like, no. 2024, it was a slump, but not to the extent that 2025 was. That is for sure. Yeah, it's been seasons of slumps. Like, I don't know what's up with that. Like, what is going on with all the slumpiness, okay? Like, I do not appreciate all of the slumps at all. I don't understand. Like, why? Is it something astrological? I don't know. I mean, we've been having some retrogrades, but like, that doesn't mean much. At least not too much to me. I think there's only one Mercury retrograde that really put me in a major slump. I think that was back in the summer. But the retrograde, I think, in the spring made me feel more productive. So I don't know. I think it just depends, and also based on my own chart. So I don't know. That's just what I think. I don't know, y'all. Who really knows? Burial Bones, I absolutely loved the writing, but I hated the story and characters and felt really let down. It was promoted as feminine rage and ended up being still and lackluster. Yeah, I heard about that as well with Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil, that it was pretty disappointing for some readers. Especially regarding the whole feminine rage, toxic lesbian vampires. I already knew in my brain that like V. Schwab writing toxic lesbian vampires does not sound like a good mix. Especially if it's set in the same world as Addie LaRue. Nope. Nope. 7 of the 10 months this year, and it's been soul crushing. My manga's has been amazing, but novels are a struggle. Yes, they are. They really have been. For me, it's been like the 500 plus page ones, like anything that's like over 400 pages. My brain is just like, I don't want to read this. I think this is boring. Which sucks because I do have a few books on my physical TBR, but especially on just my general TBR, fantasy books that are like tomes. Like, I want to read the Magic of the Lost trilogy by C.L. Clarke, since now it's actually complete. And it's the final series in the seventh trifecta I have yet to read. So I'm kind of like, finally, let's read The Unbroken. But my brain is like, no, I don't want to read The Unbroken. Let's not do that. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, why? Why you want to be an enemy of progress right now? I have a series that I want to read that trilogy. Maybe this year might not be the year for me to get to The Unbroken, but I'm hoping for next year to get through The Unbroken. That's the hope. And we shall see if that's what's going to be in the cards. But it really has been a struggle. It really has. But you're feeling very excited for next year. I have a really fun couple of projects planned, including one where I look at the music albums that formed your life and read books based on them. Okay, now that is really fun. I would love to watch a video project of you doing that. I'm not one for me, I can never really quite connect a music album that I used to listen to or even currently listen to and compare that with a book. Because in my mind, they're like two separate things, such separate stories and entities that I can't find the connective tissue between them, So it's like what I do. But sounds like a really cool idea, Kirsty, and I would love to like watch a video plot, reading vlog, video project, whatever the project is. Okay, this sounds really cool. Had a pretty rough eclipse season too recently. Maybe that's what I need to be looking for, because I'm like, it can't be the retrogrades. I'm like, it's not always a retrograde, and it's not always a Mercury retrograde. I think we had a Mars retrograde this year. I think maybe it's eclipses I need to be looking at. I don't know. I need to figure it out, because I'm like, there's something in the air that's just not working, and I hate it. I need to look into the eclipse stuff, because I'm not fully into the whole astrology stuff. So I'm like, I don't know how an eclipse season will affect, but I gotta know now. The Unbroken is so good. I've heard that it's so good. And I think, Julie, you're the one who recommended me to read The Unbroken, I think. So thank you for the recommendation. At least I think it is you that recommended this book to me. But I do want to read it. I do have it as an ebook on my Kobo, but I think I want to purchase a physical copy, because I do own physical copies of The Radiant Emperor duology and the Burning Kingdoms trilogy. So I need a physical copy of the Magic of the Lost trilogy as well, but I need to get it book by book. So I think I'm going to purchase a physical copy of The Unbroken, and I think that will springboard me to like start reading that book, because I really want to read it. I don't know if I'll get into it this year though. That's the problem, because I have so many arcs. I mean, not so many actually. I have definitely requested way more arcs than I should have this year. That's for sure. I should not have requested so many arcs, so that's my fault. And also, I should not have accepted so many arcs as well from some publishers and stuff and publicists. But I'm still grateful that I've gone through most of them. Now, yes, some of them have been de-announced, and then some others I have read fully. So, it's been a mixture of the things. So I only have a few arcs left to go, and I really, really, really want to get through all of my 2025 arcs before 2026, because I don't want any of them carrying over. Now, granted, though, I already have been approved of a few arcs actually for 2026, which I'm kind of like about, because I'm just like, dang, I'm already having a pretty big commitments for myself in the next year or two. So I don't know if that was a great idea to be approved to request some arcs, but we're here. I'm going to have to like hammer home for myself though to not request more arcs for 2026. I think 2026 will have to be less so of a reviewer year for me, because I really am going to be pretty busy for 2026. So I don't think I should I really don't think I should what was I gonna do? I'm already forgetting. I'm sorry. I don't even remember. Okay, what was I gonna do? Right. I'm just gonna be busy in 2026, so I'm like, I don't think I have time to be reading as many arcs. And also, I have found that a lot of the arcs I have been requesting and stuff to read, a lot of them weren't really that good. At least not for me. A few of them have actually been pretty mediocre, but also some of them I found a few were actually kind of like not very good, not gonna lie. So that's not helpful. And I have found a few of them to be all-time favorites now, some new all-time favorites, but I haven't found many like books I've new releases this year that I can actively recommend, because a lot of the new releases I've read were also arcs, so that's not helpful for me. So I'm hoping that in 2026 and even beyond, I'll read less arcs and new releases and start getting back through the backlist, because I have found more books that I'm interested in reading that are backlisted than the new releases. So yeah, something to keep in mind for next year and the years to come. Same here. You're just struggling to find books that genuinely excite you, but every book I pick up, I just get meh, and I find it hard to get really hyped for things. Yes. The only things I find myself to be pretty hyped about are books from authors I've already trust. So like, and a quick and messy, for example. Speaking of which, I do have a physical arc of Where Are You? Because you are hitting right now. I do have a physical arc of Son of the Morning by a quick and messy, which I am so grateful from the publisher to have, but I'm only like 70-ish pages of the way through this book. And I'm so upset because this book literally comes out on Tuesday. It is Friday. I have over 200 pages left in this book, y'all, and I want to finish it before Tuesday, but I don't think I'm going to finish it before Tuesday. And I'm like really upset about this fact, okay? This is one of my most anticipated releases of the year, and I'm not even halfway through already. I'm telling y'all, this right now, what's going on with me in Son of the Morning is just a representation, yes, a representation of like my reading this year. There are books I'm genuinely so excited for that it's taking me forever to read. And I'm like, why is it taking me forever to read? What are the obligations I have? It's not about the obligations, just the brain. The brain doesn't want to do it. And I'm like, brain, why not? And this book is actually good too. Like, again, I'm only like 70-ish pages of the way through, but this book is good, y'all. Okay? Literally comes out on Tuesday. It's a really nice standard edition. Very, very beautiful. Unfortunately, on the back is just more synopsis stuff, but like if you get the actual finished copy, it's very, very beautiful. So I really want to read it and have my review out for all y'all to read and like know about the book and things. But I'm taking forever to read it. And I'm like, I'm really upset. And I just need to figure out a way to get myself to read a little bit more. And I really hope it's not the fact that I'm getting burnt out from reading. I really don't want it to be that, because I have found myself that if I don't read, I feel sad and I feel bad about myself if I don't read. But I also feel a little bit bad if I'm not reading enough. So I need to find a balance. So I think for next year, my goal, because again, I'm also thinking about my goals for 2026, which dang, I already have to like start thinking about and start showing y'all for that on the channel as well. I'm like, oh my gosh, y'all, this year is going by so fast. We're here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just gotta tell myself that, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. What was I saying? Yes, one of my goals for next year is just to probably read like 52 books. Because again, I've been struggling to read much throughout the year. I think I'm averaging, actually, I don't know how many books I finished within a month. The most I've read, I think, was like 12 in May. The least is 3, and that was in July. So what's my average? Is it 6? I feel like I average around 6 books a month. How many books have I read so far this year? I don't know. You know what? Let's actually figure that out actually right now. Let's do the math. How many books have I even read this year? Okay, according to Storygraph, I have read 67 books. And if you divide that 67, divide that by the 10 months of the year so far, that's about 6.7 books per month. So that does round up to 7, but sometimes it goes down to 6, which sounds just about right. 6 to 7 books a month is pretty manageable for me, especially if you add in some DNFs in between. That's very manageable. I can finish reading at least between 6 to 7 books a month. So I think for next year, I'm still going to put my reading goal as like 52, just to be like, look, read a book a week. Call that a day. And if I read more than that, that's great. Read less than that, I will feel even worse about myself. But you know what? That's fine. That's future me to worry about. Now, will I actually be able to read at least 52 books next year? For the plans that I have for 2026, that may not quite be possible. But, we'll put it as a goal. If I need to adjust it, we'll worry about it later. That's just all you gotta do. Yeah. Okay. I really have been yapping a lot because I just realized that there are way more comments. So let me apologies as I'm going through the comments because I've been yapping a lot. The Unbroken Buddy Read. You know what? Nat, you're onto something because we've done a buddy read of the entire Burning Kingdoms trilogy and it has worked for us. We should do a buddy read for The Unbroken. And that way we can get to the Faithless and the Sovereign, which I've heard really good things about this trilogy. So I'm like, I gotta like read it. And I heard as well, it's a lot to talk about on the series. So I'm like, it'd be great to be able to read this series with someone. So yes, Nat, we gotta set up a buddy read. I don't know when. I mean, should we start the buddy read like November, December, January? I don't know. You let me know. Definitely need to get back on the comments on this one. But yes, we should totally do a buddy read on the Unbroken, because I actually, that's another thing too. I want to participate in more buddy reads. Book clubs I have found to be a little bit hard for me to really participate in, because it depends on the books that are being picked, if I'm even interested in reading, and also my access to the book, because I'm not trying to purchase a book for a book club. No, but a buddy read though, that works. So I want to participate in more buddy reads in the next year. So definitely we can do the Magic of the Lost trilogy. So if any of y'all want to do some buddy reading, I would love to be open. I mean, again, I'm going to be pretty busy, so we'll see how that all works next year. But I still want to do a buddy read regardless, because I think having a buddy read is fun. I just think. So yes, I'm very excited about that. But I've seemed to find more exciting things in the last month, and I think horror is going to be something I start reading a little bit more after trying it for the first time this year. Yes, I'm solely here for people to try some genres that they haven't read much of before, and they find that they are enjoying it more than their previous, maybe the other genres that they've loved recently. Because for me, I have found that I have really enjoyed reading romance. I've been picking, I'm very still particular though on what kind of romance I read, but I find myself more open to try to read something with romance in it than in previous years. To the point that now I am reading like Savage Blooms, for example, by S.D. Gibson. That is an erotic, gothic fantasy romance. If you asked me like this 2-3 years ago, would I be reading erotica? I'm like, huh? Erotica? Why? I would be so baffled. But I am reading Savage Blooms. I've only read the first 2 chapters of my arc. I got it as an arc from the publisher. So another thing, I'm trying to catch up on. But I have found that I am enjoying it. I mean, then again, I've read just about everything from St. Gibson so far. I have read A Dowry of Blood, An Education of Malice, Evocation, Odd Spirits. I still need to read Ascension, because I still want to continue on with the Summoner Circle series. But now I'm getting to Savage Blooms, and like, this is from an author I trust, but this is also a kind of genre blend that I'm not used to from reading. So we shall see how I feel about Savage Blooms, but I do see myself making a video about Savage Blooms, and especially regarding my relationship to reading romance, like romance literature, because I think reading this book is really going to help me make such a video, because I really want to talk about my journey with romance literature and absorbing romance media, and how the books I'm currently reading in romance has like shaped my way in viewing romantic literature. So yeah, that's like a future video idea that I really want to do. But I need to read Savage Bloom first, because I think that's going to help with some like arguments I've been wanting to share, but I just haven't read much romance. So that's something to keep in mind for the future. Don't know when, but we'll figure it out. Oh, you also have the Unbroken on your TBR and trying to get to at some point. Yes, I've just heard so many good things. I've heard so many good things about C.L. Clarke as an author. Granted, I did try to read C.L. Clarke's novella that came out at the same time as The Sovereign. It's called Fate's Bane. I just wasn't much of a fan about it. I just wasn't, which was very unfortunate, not going to lie. And I tried also to read And Best Had Chosen the Wolf. I just grew bored about it. That's one I'm very unfortunate. I still want to try it again, though. I don't know. Maybe I need to rewatch Arcane. Maybe that's what I need to do to get myself back into reading And Best Had Chosen the Wolf, because And Best as a character was very intriguing, especially in season 2. But season 2 is my least favorite season of Arcane. The show peaked in season 1. I said what I said, okay? Right? It's just so many things. So, like, I just want to, like, get on the bandwagon. I'm actually getting more and more into astrology. So as I learn more, I'll be able to let you know. Okay, cool. Because again, I need to learn this. I really think, again, astrology is indeed a softer science, but I do think there's something about it. There's something to it. And I don't fully understand it, not going to lie, but I'm learning bits and bits, because I do feel like there's something in the stars. There's something. Like I'm studying right now. Yeah, basically. Oh, NetGalley is a dangerous, especially for the commitment folks like me. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Very dangerous trap, y'all. And I'm trying to get out of it. I really am. I think we have a really good feedback ratio, so that helps. As someone who has been 90% because of being disappointed by books, I've been super excited for it this year. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. For sure. So after that, I go, if once I'm excited for an authors I love are letting me down, what's even the point? Which is very unfortunate because there are plenty of readers who are like that. There are books that they've been so excited for because it's from authors that they've loved, but then they got let down. So it's like, but it's already up here from someone I love. So then what's the point, you know? And I have found myself being that with some authors that I've loved that have let me down with their newer releases. And it just makes me realize that I have grown as a reader to no longer enjoy their works. It just means that I've either the book themselves, I mean, maybe it's just the author themselves that just wrote that one bad book that just did not work for you. And of course, there's also other things in the publishing side of things, but also it could be just the author themselves, like the concept that they wanted to write and that they got edited and all the things and it just didn't work for you. It could be a you thing that, hey, you just grow out of this author and this author is no longer for you than it used to be, which is a sad thing. I think it's a thing that as a reader, you have to keep in mind that these authors, you hope that you'll be able to read older books for the test of time. And there's going to be a few authors like that, but most authors are not going to be like that. You will grow out of their stories. And I don't just mean it's like a author who writes young adult books and you just grow out of young adult. I mean, even authors who write adult, you grow out of the actual stories that they're writing. It's a particular niche or even sets of writing or their writing style just doesn't work for you anymore. You just grown out of it. And that's natural. I've learned that about myself in the past couple of years. So I think there's another thing as well, Kirsty, and just for anyone as well, just to keep that in mind, that you're going to grow out of the things that these authors have written. And even there's going to be concepts and things that just doesn't work for you. And it's an unfortunate thing to experience. I think it's a form of grief as a reader to an author and stuff like that. But I think it's just the way of life. Not gonna lie. I mean, that's how I feel about R.F. Kuang now, especially her two latest books. I've read everything from her, but now I'm like, okay, I think we just don't work. She and I, we don't work no more. It's unfortunate, but that's okay. That leaves room for some other authors that are going to be new to me, whether it's a debut or have already been established and I just haven't read from before, stuff like that. I feel like either A, I'm being super critical of pacing, or B, everything I've picked up has off pacing. I just feel mad about most of my reads. Yeah, it really is. I do think there is an issue with regarding pacing. I have found myself DNFing books because of its pacing way more often than I feel like than previous years. Because I do think there is an issue of pacing because there's been some authors like to prioritize certain things, but not the actual flow of the story that I'm just like, okay, can we either speed this up a little bit, maybe we can slow it down because sometimes there are times where they get a little bit too fast, all the things. So yeah, I just wish that books can just have some consistent pacing. Now, some stories require it to be a little bit faster or a little bit slower because of the genre and the actual what the story actually is about. So yeah, I've definitely found myself pretty critical, but I also think it's because books have been paced weirdly lately. Hurry up. I know, Leslie. I know I need to hurry it up, but I also have other books and I'm just so many things. I had to do so many things and it's already to the end of the year. My brain's just like, okay, we need to think of end of the year content, but I need to finish reading the books I'm currently reading because I also love the feeling of having zero current reads by December 31st, January 1st. Just coming in to the new year with a whole clean slate. And I need to do that because I love that feeling so much. So yes, I will get to Sun in the Morning. Mind you, I will get to this book. I just don't know if I'll finish it before the book releases or not. So that's the part of myself I need to contend with. Right? Strong beliefs because publishers are rushing to get books out and skipping rounds of editing to cut down on time for sure. Whether it's developmental elements, developmental edits, or even copy edits, there's definitely something I'm just like, y'all are speeding through this editing process way too fast. And they're trying to focus more on making the book pretty. And I'm like, okay, can we have well-written books, please? Usual go-to fix for reading stuff is finding a genre I like but don't read often and reading a bunch of books from that genre. Just a change of pace, especially since my go-to is fantasy. Definitely for sure. I've definitely found myself burned out from fantasy way more often lately. So my go-to genre that I don't really read often now is kind of like romance. I have found myself reading more romance or even horror. Romance or horror. If I want something light, I'm going romance. I want something a little bit not so light but still dark but different, I go horror. Those are my go-to reading slump genres. Because my slump this year, I'm getting my goal to. You're setting your goal to 30 next year. In 2022 to 2024, you managed 60 plus, but this year you only hit 30. But manga, I said at like 100, so I've done 100 this year and last year. It makes sense. I mean, a lot of manga volume. So yeah, I think just lowering the reading goal, I think, helps with the stress a little bit. You watch. I'll end up reading 100 novels and 0 manga. You know what? Maybe. And if it happens, oh well. Such is life. I'm fine with whatever you're ready to get to the series. Totally flexible with my reading plans right now. Okay, cool. Coolio. Then I don't know. I'll have to figure out when I'll start the bloody read. But I definitely want to start the bloody read when I'm actually in the mood to actually start reading the book. So if it's not November, I think it'll be December. Because again, I do want to at least start reading The Unbroken this year. Hopefully finish it. Love to bloody read. I like posting my unhinged thoughts to others. Yes. I love doing that as well. And I also love reading other people's unhinged thoughts. That's when I'm like, look, sometimes I don't post my thoughts because I always forget to like, hey, these are my current thoughts on things. This is probably why I've not been good at vlogging, because I don't share my current thought on a thing at the moment. I need to get better at that. But I also love knowing about other people's thoughts, though. I love reading your unhinged thoughts, Julie. I always appreciate it. I'm like, yes, I would love to know your thoughts, but I need to be sharing my thoughts too. So I'll get better at it. Started a series actually called Taste Test, and plan on trying various genres I never read to see if it's a genre as a whole I dislike or just not find the right subgenre. It's just another thing I've learned, especially regarding romance. Sometimes the subgenres is the issue for me. But I hope that that this vlog series that you're doing is a taste test for other genres. I hope it really works well for you. I think it will. I don't know what genres you're exploring, but I think it'll really work well for you. We really enjoyed reading your reactions. That was the best. Yes, for the Lotus Empire. Like, truly, we loved it. It was so unhinged, and we loved it. It was so fun. Did horror and plan on doing sci-fi and intensely thriller. Ooh, so you're doing horror now. You're going to do sci-fi. I also need to read some more sci-fi. I want to read some more Octavia E. Butler, so I think that's where my sci-fi is going to get. I'm going to get my sci-fi from her. Because I really do. Oh, and also with N.K. Jemisin. I mean, technically speaking, sci-fi fantasy that she writes, but I need to read more N.K. Jemisin. Speaking of N.K. Jemisin, I do want to retry the Broken Earth trilogy as well. Like, I am really behind on these comments. Gosh. But yeah, I've been wanting to retry the Broken Earth trilogy since I did DNF the third and final book. So I need to reread the first two. So gotta do that. Each other's TBRs. We really should. So that we can do some bloody reading. We need to do that. We really do. So need to watch Arcane season 2 because I'm baby not ready for the emotional damage. There's a lot of emotional damage, but I do have issues on that second season. Yes, it should have been 3 season worth of plot they completely ignored. Right. Especially since the show really wanted to feed into like the canonical lore of League of Legends. That really made me mad. And I'm not even familiar with League of Legends and its lore like that. So since the show wanted to be like fit into that canonical lore, it just didn't work. And I'm like, okay, so why can't we just be a little bit more original? But whatever. There's some really good moments, though. My husband watched the last 3 episodes over and over again. Yeah. I mean, the conclusion was pretty epic, but yeah, makes sense, though. My biggest worrying reason I've held off. So many people have said season 2 had a lot of wasted potential. And the first season was so good. I don't want my love dimmed. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that was a major problem. It had a lot of wasted potential. And it's true, unfortunately, Kirsty. It's very true. Which makes it so hard for me to be like, oh, yeah, I recommend Arcane. But, like, season 1 was really good. But season 2 was just, Oh, have the trick-or-treaters, and Pearl has FOMO, so I'm ready for the night to be over. Of course, Pearl has FOMO. Of course she does. I think they're planning on making more content, so hopefully they attempt to make some of the issues better. Yes, they are planning to expand on the world of Arcane with the League of Legends and stuff. So I look forward to that, which is also why I wanted to read Mbessa, because they're exploring Noxus next. I think because of Mel's journey. So I am looking forward to at least more shows, but yeah, they need to figure themselves out. Fingers crossed. I feel bad. I feel like the Halloween version of Scrooge, and I don't want to be, but I kind of am. It'd be like that, though, because sometimes the trick-or-treaters can be a little bit annoying. Just a little bit. As a Christmas lover, a lot of people hate Christmas. As long as you don't hate on others for enjoying it, there's nothing wrong with not enjoying a holiday. That's true. And yes, there are definitely people who hate Christmas. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it'd be like that. It's been a huge Halloween lover. And I live in the UK. I have heard that the UK don't really celebrate Halloween like that, which I think is kind of sad. But dang, being a huge Halloween lover, though, in a country that doesn't really celebrate it like that really sucks. Yeah, I want everyone else to have fun. I just don't want to be the part of it. Yeah, my dad is taking the lead on the trick-or-treaters this year, though, so I appreciate that. Well, there you go. At least you can avoid all of that trick-or-treaters. Also, Christmas lover too. I'm Christmas indifferent. Just mostly because like it's a holiday that my family just always celebrates. We don't really celebrate in the quiet much of the commercial sense. We do try to do it a little bit with like having a Christmas tree and stuff, but I don't know. I do love the gift giving though. So yeah. Also, I think my mom's love language gift giving or just gift receiving. I don't know, but we do like gifts in this household. How long it goes on for, how much pressure is to put on people around that time. Well, the vibe isn't like, I do like the vibes, but I always hate the music because the music feels the same food, but I also just hate the music sometimes. The season feels so loved to me, like Halloween's fun, and Christmas feels like home. Yes, Happy Bloody Read the Broken Earth trilogy as I have had the first one in 2 years since COVID. Dang, I have not. Dang, that's a long minute. Yeah, I've been wanting to reread the Broken Earth trilogy for a while, so yeah, maybe we should that'd be another buddy. So yeah, Magic the Lost, put that in that, and then Kirsty for Broken Earth. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, gotta read it too. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a list. I need to make a list of like buddy reads because like I've been wanting to have buddy reads. So let me write it down. Magic of the Lost, the Broken Earth. Especially since I felt like I was so harsh on the Broken Earth trilogy. So I need to get myself together in that. Kirsty. True, Christmas food is the best. I do love me some food, though, during Christmas. Honestly, regarding any holiday, it's the food. But Christmas especially is so delicious. Also come from a place of being a League player, so I was familiar with the lore before Arcane, and the lore had been completely retconned since. Yeah, again, I'm not familiar with the lore of like League of Legends at all, so I don't know how close or how far apart it is from Arcane in the show. But it seems like it either veers very much off canonical lore, or it's trying to be, and it's just I don't know. It was just doing too much. I don't know what they were trying to do in season 2, but. I don't know. I really like the first. I like some episodes. I've liked a few episodes of season 2. The other ones I'm kind of like, or like I really hate it. So, yeah, I have issues. Like I don't mind, but I wanted to see like how they continue the story into next season. Decide if I want to continue. You know what? That's probably a good idea. I have no idea though when they'll get to Noxus. Like I don't like when that show is gonna come out. That's the thing. I have no idea, not a damn clue. But like, I don't know. Hopefully it's within the next couple of years because I know that animating it is going to be a lot of work and a lot of money. So a lot of people have to invest in the show. But it's going to get a lot of viewership, so I think they're going to get a lot of that money back and more. So I think it's going to be worth it for them to like continue on the story. So hopefully they can do that sooner rather than later. So we're not waiting too long. But yeah, I think it is good though just to like wait until they get the next show out before you continue on with season 2 of Arcane. So yeah. Anyways, y'all, that is I think all I have to say, I think. That's all I have. I'd say I did 50-50 with the lore. Okay, some characters like Victor have been absolutely changed, and Vi and Jinx weren't canonically sisters until the show. Okay, I think I've heard about the fact that Jinx and Vi weren't actually sisters in League. And I've heard things that with Victor that has been changed as well. Interesting. That is quite interesting. A lot of retconning there. Whereas Vi and Kate have always been shipped, so we were very happy that that was made canon. Right. Although I do personally have issues regarding Caitlyn's arc conclusion too. I have some critiques again that are very spoilery, but a part of me still wants to rewatch Arcane because season 1 was so fun, and I love Echo. Like Echo is literally my favorite character in Arcane, and Mel, but Echo was my favorite, especially when he was shit with Jinx. Yeah, Time Bomb. I am Team Time Bomb. I just realized the next season of Jurassic World Chaos 3 comes out in November. Speaking of this show, Nat, I'm so glad you bring this up because I have been wanting to watch this show, but also been very hesitant to watch this show. So when I heard that the final season was coming out in November, I told myself, this is an opportunity because I have been a fan of Jurassic World Camp Cretaceous for the past few years, but I stopped watching it because I felt so stressed about these kids that are stuck on this island full of dinosaurs and they're all needing to live. There's just these 6 kids, and I'm like, I want them all to freaking live. Okay, I just want them to live. So I didn't watch the final season of Camp Cretaceous. I think it was season 5. I just watched the final episode because then finally things get happy and stuff. So this spin-off series, I've been a little bit hesitant about because I'm like, do I want to put myself through that again? But since it is just the final season, and I don't think there's going to be more from these characters, I think for me, I will be watching the show, like all 4 seasons in November, because I do miss them. I miss those characters. They're so fun. I miss them. And I do like to see how they expand upon the show and this version of Jurassic World as well. So thank you, Nat, for reminding me. I think I put it in my my notebook calendar here for November. So I will be checking out that show in November for sure. Love Time Bomb. Yes. Echo's the best boy, and we protect him with everything we have. I will hear no critique against him from anyone. I know that's right. I do not accept any critique of Echo's character of any kind. All right. Dinner time, so you have to head out. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice to meet you after a while. Yes, I've been very, very yappy and chatty, but I am very happy that you were here. Didn't do much sprints, but I'm glad that we got a chance to at least really chat because it has been a while since I've done anything like this. So, yeah, I'll try to make sure to schedule sprints timely, and hopefully that I do not fail. I just got to make sure I don't do anything early in the morning because clearly I can't schedule anything in the morning. Apparently. I love how we all in agreement that no matter what else the story did, Echo is the character of the show. Yes, he is. Okay. Another critique though of season 2 is that they do not show him enough. They don't give him enough to do in season 2 until like the very end. And I'm like, yo, he's literally the best character. What are we doing? Why are we like sidelining him for like other things? Oh, I have so many issues, Christine. You have no idea. But one thing I will say is that Echo, best boy. No matter what they did in season 2, it's Echo is still great. He's still great. I just love he's always having a chat with you. Gonna go finish my book before bed. Yes, please do that. I know you gotta go to bed very soon, so please continue with that. Thank you for joining us. Please talk to me about Chaos Theory if you do watch it. Okay, I will, because I really do want to watch that show. Because I do miss the characters. I miss them so much. So, and I think my anxiety is fine enough to watch the show. It's my favorite. Currently rewatching Camp Cretaceous. Yes. I don't know. Can I ever rewatch the show? Maybe I should rewatch it because it has been a while. Should I rewatch it? I don't know. Should I? No, I think I should stick to Chaos Theory. Call that a day. Camp Cretaceous was fine for one in my more youth in my teen years. I think I'll stick to Chaos 3, especially since they are actually like older. So yeah, I'm very curious. I promise I'll watch season 2 before the year is over. Okay, cool. I'll hold you on to that, Kirsty, because I would like to know your thoughts on season 2. Maybe you'll have an unpopular opinion. You never know. But yeah, that is it, y'all. That is it for these sprints. I do know it is late for some people. They got places to go. You gotta go to bed if you're a different part of the world, all the things. So I will let you all go here. Thank you all though for joining me. I do hope though I can be a little bit more consistent as far as like the sprints, because sprints, at least I feel like this is where I can really connect with y'all like in real time. So regardless of what I'm doing in 2026, I still hope to at least sprint once a month. So yeah, especially regarding like holidays and things. So I still want to be able to do that in 2026. And as I continue to plan some things in 2026, I'll keep in mind of when to do some sprints and things. So yep. So as far as November, I do know we have a major holiday, at least in the United States, coming out late November. I don't want to call it for what it is because boo to that holiday. So I will be hosting sprints around that time. I'll try to figure out when to do it though, because there is also American football that I'll be watching. There's going to be some American football games I'll be watching on that around that time. So we'll see about that. But I still want to make sure though that we will have sprints. And of course, December rolls around and Christmas is coming up. And I'm like, great. Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, those big winter holidays, winter solstice as well. So yeah, all of that stuff is coming out really, really soon. Whew, thanks for hosting. It was fun chatting with y'all as always. It always is. And yeah, so thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, evening, night, dawn, whatever it is you're having in any time with the part of the world that you're having at. And I hope to see you all in my next reading sprints or next video, which by the way, I will be filming my my October wrap up. I shall be filming that pretty soon, and I shall be editing it so that it is up and early in the month instead of the middle of the month like I did in October. I'm trying to be on time with that kind of stuff, especially when I'm already going to have to be planning way more videos for the rest of the year. So great. Anyways, yep, thank you. Bye. Have a good